Ready to go. Do you want a 3, 2, 1, or do you want to just get started?
Izzy and Margaret are walking in right now.
Okay.
You can start whenever you're ready.
All right, great. Just a moment. I'm having a little technical difficulty here. Sean, can I get you to just hold? Can we hold for just a moment while I get myself together here? I've got a. Okay, having confirmed we have a quorum, I now call the July 24th, 2025 meeting of the Reston Association Board of Directors to order. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to review the ground rules for discussion and debate. Each director can briefly speak up to 2 times on any motion, but only after everyone's had a chance to speak once. I ask that everyone take this seriously, as it will help us move things along, but everyone will get the opportunity to speak. Please keep your comments focused on the issue we're discussing. Personal attacks, interruptions, and long statements aren't necessary or acceptable. Please keep all remarks, especially the colorful ones, directed to the chair. No side conversations, please, and if you'd like to speak, please wait to be recognized. If any of these rules are broken, I will intervene to keep our meeting on track. Let's get to work. First item of business is approval of the agenda.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I ask unanimous consent to approve the agenda for July 24, 2025 as published in the materials.
I actually have some changes I'd like to make to it if it's good.
Well, then, we
I'd
don't
like
have unanimous
to,
consent.
thank you. I'd like to remove item G. I'd also like to remove item F. I'd also like to swap items K and L. And that's it.
Remove F and G.
I'd like to remove F and I'd like to remove G. And I'd like to swap items K and L. That way Ed can just be, we can just have a block of Ed for a while. And spoke to Director Flashman earlier about swapping around M and N, but he seemed to have been fine with not doing that, so no one wanted to do it. So let's just stick with removing items F and G and swapping K and L, if that's okay, if we can get unanimous consent for that.
President Johnson, we have a covenants appeal too that we'd like to add to the executive session
Okay.
agenda. So that would need to be added. as
To the
part-
executive session?
Yeah,
That's fine.
in addition to consulting with counsel and the other things.
Thank you.
Can, I don't know if I want to object to removing item F, but can you give me a little bit of information as to why?
I think because we're touching on a number of the work group items throughout the agenda. For instance, we're going to discuss the Kathy Hudgens Community Center issue later on in the conversation. So it's
So
just
it
kind of
might just
redundant.
not be needed
Exactly, it's
because
just
we have
redundant.
them elsewhere. Okay,
Yeah.
so no objection then.
All right.
And then I would like to request to add the Lake Thoreau boat request as in replacement maybe to item F.
Any objections? All right, seeing none, looks like the agenda has been accepted. Thanks, everybody. Moving on to item C, member comments. Do we have anyone who's signed up to comment tonight?
Yes, we do.
All right.
We have Ms. Kelly Wessenhoff. Please come to the podium, state your, yes, come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have
Thank you.
3 minutes.
All right. Thank you. My name is Kelly Westenhoff. I live at 2502 Charlestown Lane in the Hunters Woods area. And I'm speaking on the appeal that is coming, you're going to talk about in executive session. For 3 years in our neighborhood, we've been dealing with a neighbor who has decided to rewild her property. And on the front of the house, on the street, there's a wildlife meadow that is overgrown. And so for 3 years, we've been trying to work with this, and this is the first year she has appealed. And so I guess you'll have a copy of that. But I wanted to address that specifically. First, I would love to commend her in the sense that she kind of made me more aware of pollinator issues and the need for native plantings. And so I got smart about that. And I'm grateful for that, but it's still wrong time, wrong place, and wrong volume. But the issue of what's happening is that it's compounded by Reston Association's own rules, because she can go out there, cut down the stuff, and then the whole covenants process comes to a halt because she has complied. And then it starts again the next day because it starts growing, and within a month, it's another foot tall. So it's become a year-round thing now. And it's mostly milkweed and dogbane, which have some toxicity to pets. It's a vector for rodents, it's a vector for ticks, and it's unsightly. It creates sightline issues in the neighborhood. Several of the neighbors have tried to work with her, but there's no working with it. The other problem is the Rest Association rules don't seem to have any kind of injunctive power, so that it does continue over and over and over. And I love due process. I'm a former Air Force lawyer. Due process is great, but the due process that goes along with something like this means that in April, we have weeds that are 3 feet tall, and by August, when she has to cut them down, they're 6 feet tall. And we've dealt with it all summer long. And so I'm asking if you will also direct legal and the legal committee to look into this to see if there's some way there can be some quicker way to resolve issues like this. If someone parked a junk car on their front lawn and they got cited and they went through the whole process and they moved it, then parked it again 10 days from then, it's a new complaint. And that's just not sustainable. It creates hostility in neighborhoods. It's very difficult. It's very difficult for us to even socialize now in our neighborhood. I do know that the EAC is working on guidelines, and I support the guidelines.
You can take a moment to wrap up if you'd like.
I just said, her appeal says that the plants are intentional, and they are. This was her intention, and there was never any intention to comply with the standards that we all agreed to as a community.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ms. Lynn Jenrich. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
I'm Lynn Jenrick. I live at 2509 Charlestown Lane, and I am a neighbor also of the complaint against 2505. And she is seeking an exemption from your rules as a wildlife garden. And I want to know if you would be willing to grant me an exception if I want to plow my front yard and plant native plants, corn and squash, and have a victory garden right out front. I could probably use pink flamingos as a scarecrow or something. And then I also think that what Kelly said, how many times does this board need to hear about 2505 Charlestown Lane? It's been 3 years, and it's been a constant source of complaint. And maybe what we should do is, when she starts mowing the yard, is immediately file the complaint so that the several-month process gets started to mow the next time, so it doesn't overgrow entirely. And she recently had it mowed and told the landscapers very deliberately to leave a strip right down the front. And it's such an obvious statement. It's sort of like a clown exaggerates movements in order to get to be to a comedic point. And it's an exaggeration of, I don't have to follow your rules. And that's quite bothersome. My final point is that I have a little garden right down beside the house that I planted pollinators, echinacea and coreopsis and daisies. And while it's not quite the English garden I thought I was going to have, and the crabgrass is competing, suddenly I'm also competing with the milkweed and the dogbane, which just springs up. This morning when I was out weeding, I encountered plant 13 and 14 of the milkweed. Well, thank you for listening.
Thank you for speaking.
Thank you. And next, we have John Jenrick. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is John Jenrick. I live at 2509 Charlestown Lane. We've lived there for 40-some years. There are 11 yards on our lane. 10 of them are maintained according to resident association rules. One of them is not. One of them seems like it never will be. So it is up to you to enforce your rules. And frankly, if you don't, they're something more like just suggestions. Because Marari is not going to comply, not going to respect the neighborhood. I have photographs I've taken recently, if you like, of all the yards taken from the street. Are you interested? I can pass them to you.
No, thank you.
And we are not in a cookie cutter kind of community, thankfully. Everybody has their own version of how they maintain, what they do, and they do a nice job. Nobody has weeds growing 4 and 5 feet tall. None. Some have trees, some have pachysandra, whatever they have, but it's something that complies with the rules. So it's up to you all to make it an enforcement. I hope you will. Thank you.
And lastly, we have Ms. Namarata Kathy Jones, who I do not see on Zoom this evening, nor in the room with us this evening. So I believe that concludes member comments.
Is there anyone else who's here to speak?
Anybody online?
All right, seeing none, we are going to move on to for the folks who came to speak, for the members. I appreciate you coming out tonight. However, this is going to go for a little while, so just want to let you know that you're welcome to stay, but there's no need for you to stay. You're very welcome. Have a great evening. All right, moving on to item D, the consent calendar. We've got 3 items, the June 5th special board meeting minutes, the July 10th board work session minutes, and then the legal committee recommendations. Can we accept these with unanimous consent? All right, I see no objection. They are accepted. Moving on to item E, volunteer interviews. Who do we have here to speak to us today?
This evening for volunteer interviews, we have, I'm just going to start with who's in the room this evening. We have Sretar for the EAC member appointment. And we also have Shirley Thomas for the vice chair appointment. And I believe she's an incumbent, so she's not going to interview this evening, but Ms. Thomas will be interviewing this evening. So if you wanted to come up to the podium, just in case they had any questions, this is for the vice chair of the EAC.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Thomas.
Hello there. Do you need my name and address or anything?
I already have that information. Thank you.
Thanks. I've been a member of the RAEAC for about, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. And the vice chair position has opened up, and some of the members talked to me about accepting it. And I certainly have a very envision a long-term commitment to this activity, and I'm very passionate about it. And I would like to do whatever it is in my power to do to foster the mission of the committee.
Does anyone have any questions? I have one, and please don't take this poorly, but I would have asked Mr. Freed the same question. Should you not be selected to be vice chair, would that affect your ongoing commitment to the EAC?
No, of course not.
Awesome. That's the answer I wanted to hear, so thank you.
No, this is certainly not something that I envisioned when I joined. I'm really about the mission and just filling in wherever I can be most useful.
Thank you very much. I think you're good.
Sir?
I appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry, we've got another.
Sorry, if I may. Just wanted to comment and say thank you, not a question or anything, just say thank you for willing to sacrifice your time and volunteer.
Oh, I'm happy to do it. As some of you know, I'm a 50-plus year resident of Reston, and I have felt bad about not being able to do more, but an educator's life doesn't leave a lot of time left over in the evenings or weekends. And so I'm catching up on a lot of years of civic responsibility here.
I also would like to say double thank you, one for your teaching work and one for volunteering. Both are precious.
Do we need to triple the thing? I think collectively, we all thank you. Thanks very much. Wonderful.
And then next, we do have Sarika, who wanted to make a couple of comments in reference to Mr. Freed's application.
Please.
Hi, everyone. Most of you know me, but I believe there are 1 or 2 new faces on the board. So I'm Sarika. I'm the current chair of the Environmental Advisory Committee. I've actually just reapplied for my 3rd term on the committee, along with William Purgis. I don't know if he's online.
He's not online.
He's not online. So both of us are essentially now the senior members of the EAC, as Jeanette, as we commonly call her, referenced. Doug Britt was our former vice chair, and he just completed his 9 years, 3 terms on the committee. So I'm very glad that both Mr. Freed and Jeanette have lodged their applications for the vice chair role. Our committee has seen a lot of new members join recently, and I think it's a great opportunity for both Mr. Freed and Jeanette to get a sense of how the committees work, the operational and procedural side of things, and for them to also understand the background workings in terms of engaging with the board and RA staff. So I would like the board to consider appointing, once Mr. Freed also has his interview, consider appointing both Jeanette and Mr. Freed as co-vice chairs of the committee. Given that we are a relatively young committee, it'd be great going forward for continuity as well on the committee, given as both William and I slowly see out our final terms on the committee. So we just wanted to make that request. Both of them bring different skill sets to the committee, so I think it's a great opportunity for both of them as well. So just wanted to mention that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Just in case.
Sorry.
There may be questions and/or thanks.
Always too eager to run away, aren't we?
Anything from the board? I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you all.
Thanks, Sarika. And that's all we have this evening.
I'm sorry?
That's all we have this
All
evening.
right. I'm sorry? All right, moving on to item, the replacement for item F. Director Jessup?
In mid-June, the board received an application for the Lake Throw Boat Party along with staff. We would normally have put this on an agenda, but we made an attempt to do a unanimous consent for approval, which did not pass, and so that's why I asked to put it on the agenda. I'd like unanimous consent to put both the letter that we received requesting our approval, as well as an email from one of the community members that helped put on this annual party, Dave Prochnow, which I forwarded to our Assistant Secretary as part of the minutes for the meeting, so that for the benefit of the members. So I'll ask unanimous consent for that first.
See, is that an objection, Director Flashman?
No, I'd just like to speak to the matter, if I may.
Just a moment, please. We're just looking for unanimous consent for the items into the agenda, into the record, excuse me.
I have a question, Mr. President, so maybe I need to object so I can get my question answered.
Feel free to object.
I just did.
Okay.
But do you want to make a motion to approve the?
Yes. So I will make a motion to add both the original request and the follow-up email to our future minutes.
Do you want to make a motion to approve the request?
I do, but I was going to do this part first to get it into the record.
And Director Farrell, let me manage, please. We're good.
You're doing fine.
I know I am. From a unanimous consent standpoint, can we finish that before we move on to any motions? So did we have unanimous consent to include these into the record? Okay, yes.
Oh, I thought, yeah, he objected, and that's why I made the motion.
I didn't object to that. I thought.
You did object to that. You may not have meant to.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Thank you.
if we have unanimous
I didn't object to
consent,
that, so I can
I'll withdraw that portion of the motion and move on to a motion to approve the Lake Thoreau, the 2025 Lake Thoreau Boat Party according to the materials that were forwarded to the board in June.
So motion made and seconded. Any comments or questions? We have a.
I have questions.
Okay, well, I know, thank you. Director Flashman.
Yes. I wanted to explain why I made these questions, and I thought that this was something that I had not seen before, and the original submission was rather short on information, and I thought it was important that the board have the information. And there are questions I did not ask as well. This seems to sort of fall in between, maybe, just a sort of extemporaneous or sort of catch-as-catch-can kind of activity of neighbors on the lake. And the other end of things is where we have rather organized activities, of which there are such things where there are marathons and swimming competitions the polar bear jump, the cardboard boat race, and other things that occur on the lakes for which there are extensive requirements by the board to ensure that the organization does not incur in any potential liability and avoids that, as well as to assure that every measure is taken to assure the safety of the activities. And so I'm not sure where this falls. It may fall in between somewhere, and I leave it to the board as to whether it wants to look at this in more depth or not. But I thought it was important to have the answers, and I am very happy to see that the answers have been received. And I thank Mr. Prochnow for providing them. I think they're helpful to understand the nature of the activity. And I leave it to the board to make a decision as to what it wants to do with that.
Director Farley, you have comments?
I had a question. I remember approving this every year for the years I've been on the board, but it struck me that what we're approving is the use of amplified music. We're not approving the use of the lake because the people who are using the lake are all members and they're all using their own boats. So and somebody please correct me, I want to make sure I understand this right. We're giving them permission to use amplified music consistent with our resolutions for a particular period of time. That's all we're doing here. These people already have the right to be on the lake. Am I misunderstanding this, or can someone explain to me what is the board approving tonight?
Mac, I'm going to turn to you and or Tony to give us clarity. Or Pete.
Sure.
Button, who's got the button?
Just looking at Common Area Resolution 2, Part 6. No person using the lakes, blah, 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 including amplifiers, speakers, radios, portable stereos, and the like, without approval of the board. So that is what we're here to discuss.
Great, thank you. That is what we're here to discuss. Any further questions and or concerns from the board? Hearing none?
I have a concern.
All right then.
I don't need any comments back, but having reviewed the email with the 10 questions, I became very concerned that the email was sent without any board discussion. And to me, it came across as presenting a board view, which I don't agree with. Furthermore, I was concerned that some of the questions came across, even if the intent was simple, wanting to get information, some of the questions came across as very intrusive. Things like, besides talking to each other, what are you going to do? And children going to bed at 9. So I think in the future, I propose that if something like this comes about to the board, before members reach out to members directly and ask questions, at least get some of the board members involved, get the president involved. Thank you.
Mr. President, that would be a violation of the rights of every member of this board, and I would object to attempting to impose that kind of limitation on any member of this board.
Well, happily, that's not the motion that's in question right now, so we're going to call the question on it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we've got Director Lanza, are you still on?
Aye.
Okay, that's 8. 8 in favor and against. 0 against and abstaining.
I abstain.
1 abstention. That's 8-0-1.
I have one more item
Director Driscoll?
related. So because we have continued to see this come forward, I just wanted to share that whenever I've been out on the lakes, I've seen individual boats use amplified music on a regular basis because they have a stereo or something on their boat or their boat dock. I've even seen it on kayaks and paddleboards. And so I, now that I have read the resolution or reminded myself of what it says, I would like the board to consider in the future potentially making some tweaks to that resolution that kind of speak to what excessive means, and maybe consider using some language related to Fairfax County Code. So I've asked legal counsel for some feedback related to that, and wanted to let the board know that in the future I may be asking to make an edit to that resolution. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think that's consistent with some other things that we're looking at as far as defining excessive. So thank you very much for taking that step. All right, moving on to the next item. Next several items, the block of ed is about to begin. We're going to start with the
CEO.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped Mac.
Got my boss first.
Mac, I apologize, Mac. Mac, please, CEO update.
Couple things for you. So we gave you a very brief administrative update on the capital working group that was assembled by the board. More to come on that, of course, as we get into August and the production of the first budget. We will not be meeting again for a regular scheduled meeting until after the budget is actually produced. So be looking forward to the first draft of the budget coming out in August. In years past, it hasn't been produced until September. So our intent this year, when we get into that process, is to have hopefully more productive meetings in September, which will hopefully alleviate some of the pressure of getting towards adoption, in November. So the other part of CEO update at this meeting, I give you all quarterly updates on documents that the board has adopted that have components for which there are administrative work plan items that are carried out. So for example, we give you a quarterly update on the strategic plan implementation. In the past, we've talked about the community survey implementation plan and what the status of a number of things that came out of that are. So the board may recall in March-ish timeframe, I can't remember the exact day, the board adopted a list of items, many of which are administrative to be carried out. That list we compiled into the spreadsheet that you have in your packet tonight. We wanted to create a status, whether the project was completed, had been started, and then the anticipated finish date. We created a notes column because there may be some notes that add some color commentary to, when it's going to be finished and why, and that sort of thing. So really, it's just administrative. You'll see this once a quarter, until we finish all of the items, which we believe we're on track before the end of the year. So that's where we're at.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Cummins? All right, seeing none.
No questions, just congratulations on this recent appointment. I think it's a good thing for Reston.
Thank you.
Actually, yes, I wanted to share that. Congratulations, Mac. The governor made a good choice.
Thanks.
All right, Director Jessup?
I just wanted to share that at the fiscal committee meeting, they also went over some of the working group that is doing the lake workforce on RRF and CARF, and just wanted to remind the board we had passed a motion to request some type of recommendation from this working group by the end of July, even if that recommendation was to extend. But the reason why we had chosen, or I had chosen the end of July as a request is in hopes that they would have a recommendation for how we proceed with the 2026 budget if they didn't even, resolve what the long-term future would look like. And so I had spoken with our CEO during the fiscal committee and reminded him that we would like something from this group to come back to us. So I want to keep that in mind for the August meeting.
And Pete, I know we discussed actually meeting in August and producing that, some kind of readout.
We did, so just an update on where we are. So FEA completed the second round of pool condition assessments and our 5 community buildings last week. So the working group asked that we have that data for the meeting on the 13th of August, which is the next meeting of the working group, before we make any recommendations to the board. I'm happy to send out a report or an updated CIP as to where we are by the end of July, but until the working group meets a second time to look at that data, I'm not sure it will be a worthy report. But we are planning to come to the joint meeting with fiscal on August 28th, I believe, with a first recommendation on the CIP. I think it's a two-part conversation. The conversation that Director Juszczyk is referencing from the fiscal committee was, I'll characterize it as robust. So we may be looking at a plan for 2026 with a recommendation from the working group with some longer-term conversations still to be had. But we will have a recommendation for next year, a first draft recommendation for the 28th of August meeting.
Thank you very much. Director Perry.
Thank you, and may I, as one person on the board, say, I don't need anything until August when you feel confident that it will actually provide useful information, but I cannot speak for the other 8.
All right. Anything else? Okay, hearing nothing. Before we move on, Jeanette, I just want to let you know, I appreciate you being here to speak to us. Feel free to stay, but you are under no obligation to stay. We probably won't have a decision as to committee assignments until tomorrow.
No, that's fine. I'm enjoying.
Wonderful. Well,
Wow.
All of my governance in action.
well, I'm glad to see, I'm glad you're,
I am a teacher. I have very high level.
I'm glad you're here.
Wait till we get to the 990. She'll be darting out the door.
All right. So we are going to move on to, now we're getting to the block of ed, starting with the CFO update.
Okay, and the CFO update is basically looking at our actuals year-to-date through June and the latest forecast, which we did go over with the fiscal committee last week. And it was in the packet, and I did a recording of it, so I wasn't going to go through it in detail, but just to summarize a couple quick things, and then, happy to take questions. Year-to-date through June, we are running a little under for revenue, 89K below budget, out of 21 million and change, so that's not a huge variance, and mostly driven by camps and a little bit tennis and boat rentals, offset some by interest. And we are forecasting to end the year 42K under budget for revenue. And then for expenses, we're running quite under year-to-date, 705K. As we've talked about, we started the year with staffing vacancies, and we're a little slow on some of our other expenses. But based on the latest forecast, we're expecting to end the year 30K under budget for expenses. And that does include adding in the 99K for the additional condition assessment as well. But that's kind of the quick overview highlight, but happy to take questions.
Opening up to the board for questions. All right, seeing none. Thank you very much for the CFO update. We can move on to the 990 conversation.
Okay. And the 990, that's our tax return. And if you recall, we went through the audit last month in detail with the fiscal committee who recommended approval, and the board approved it, after a brief discussion. And the next month, basically, they do the 990 tax return. And again, we went over that with fiscal last week, answered their questions. They gave unanimous, they made a motion to recommend to the board approval, which was unanimously approved. So, take questions on it, but we're basically looking for, a motion to approve the 990 tax return, so we'll be able to submit that.
Move to approve the fiscal year 2024 990 tax return.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any questions or comments? Director Farrell.
I'll yield.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to mention that during the fiscal committee, as Ed described, there was a detailed and thorough review of the 990. Good questions out of that, and I feel that the fiscal committee made a sound and well-educated decision to make the recommendation.
Fantastic, thank you. Director Farrell.
This is being somewhat facetious, but not exactly. And I'm trying to find the page where the number of hours that each member of the board puts
10?
into the exercise, I think is more than 10.
It's page 9, page 8 and 9.
Page
8 and 9 of the form.
8 and 9?
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't want any potential candidates to be misled into believing that we can get this job done on only 10 hours a month.
That's per week.
I don't even think we can get it done in 10 hours a week. Next year maybe.
Bump it up some?
Yeah, well, or more.
I think they've got to, fool around with those numbers to make sure that we don't have to get benefits or anything.
I think we can be more, we can be more accurate as the effort without, requiring benefits.
I'm sure we can. So,
We need a punch card.
yes, yes. So motion's been made and seconded. There have been questions. Any further questions or comments from the folks on Zoom? Director Flashman, Director Lanza? All right.
Thank you for doing our due diligence and our obligation.
I'm sorry, I've got a question from Director Flashman.
Yeah, I assume that this will be put up on the website at some point, once it's approved and submitted?
Correct. I was actually going to make that point. Both the audit and the 990 will be posted to the public website once we're kind of all final and submitted. Once we get the approval from the board, hopefully tonight here in a couple of minutes, I'll work with the four of us, our auditing and tax preparation firm, and kind of get the final no draft watermark anymore, and we'll get that signed and submitted to the IRS. It's not actually due to the IRS till November 15th, but we're trying to get it done a little on the early side. But once all that's done and finalized, yes, we will get it posted to the website.
All right, calling the question. All in favor? Director Lanza?
Aye.
All right, unanimous of all in attendance. Thank you very much. Now the fun stuff starts. Budget recommendations.
Yes. Last but not least for Ed. So we have the budget suggestions, member budget suggestions. We started with a list of 147. 42 were moved forward by the board to be kind of evaluated by the fiscal committee and priced out by staff. Fiscal committee did review them and gave some recommendations, and staff provided some pricing. And we asked the board to make their votes, basically yes or no, whether they'd recommend including them in the draft one budget. And we kind of tallied up those votes and made our staff recommendation kind of yes or no. There were a couple that we kind of were on the fence, so we kind of said up to you, and several that we recommended deferring. So, I imagine the board would prefer not to go through them one by one. So my thought was the first 21 on the list were all a recommendation of yes. So, maybe we could discuss if there are any of those that we do want to talk about some more and potentially change to a no. And, I will point out that all of those yeses, it's 21 of the 42, so half of them, and more than we did last year, if you recall. And the cost of that, just to let you know, it is a little over $300K of new money. And when I say new money, I'm not counting the $50K for invasive plant management, because if you recall, we did that this year as well. So we've kind of made the comment that, if we do $50K again, it's kind of budget neutral because it was in 25. It'll be in 26, but if we add all the other things that we're kind of suggesting yes, mainly based on your votes, it would be a little over $300K. But a few of them, mainly the larger ones, are capital items that maybe we wouldn't get all done and paid for in 26. So that wouldn't necessarily all hit in 26. But just so you're aware, there are cost implications if we do all of those.
Thank you. Director Farrell.
Mr. President, I move to direct staff to include budget suggestions 1 through 20 in the draft 1 budget. And then I have 3 others I want to discuss.
The motion has been made to, is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Any questions or concerns?
Clarifying question, did we mean 1 through 20 or 1 through 21?
I'm going to address 21 after we vote on 1 through 20.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Further questions from the folks on Zoom? All right, seeing none.
Wait, I have questions.
Yes.
I'm looking at this. I see that 10 through 20 start at flooring 5 and below, so I'm trying to question whether 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 really do have consensus to move forward.
That's a fair question.
So I guess I object. I'm sharing my objection to the motion. And I move to amend the motion to be 1 through 14.
Hang on.
And I need
One
a
through-
second
I'm
in order
sorry.
to amend the motion.
So we've got a counter motion. Is there a second to that? counter motion?
3, 4, 5. You're saying 15? What-
1 through
I'm-
14.
Up to
No, no, no.
14.
The reason for your amendment, I'm asking,
Is because I don't believe we have unanimous consent for 4. The votes get very low.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So you're 4, 4, 4, 4, 3, 3 for 15 through 20.
4.
So I think we'll take those up next.
So I'm
For
asking,
procedural sake, the motion's been made and seconded, so we're now into the comments portion.
I'm
I'm just making sure it's clear.
Yeah, this is an amendment to the motion.
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm trying to understand,
I would like to move forward, or you could say it in the negative, remove 15 through 20.
I understand, I'm trying to understand. So that's because only 4 directors voted in favor of it? Is there further reasons?
You don't have the majority.
That wasn't my
Well,
question.
that's how I'm proposing my measure. You can disagree with why I'm doing it, but
No, I was trying to find out if there are other objections besides that it only gathered 4 votes. Were there substantive objections to those items as opposed to a nose counting exercise?
I mean, we can go through this one by one, but we have no in operating, as long as it's profitable, reevaluate at the end of the season. Yes, depending on results of evaluation. So it seems to me that we don't have enough data to make an educated decision on moving this forward. So due to the low confidence, I suggest that we remove these. The comments speak for themselves.
Director Flashman.
With regard to item number 15, I think the counting of the numbers as 4 is incorrect. You have 1 yes operating, which means that yes, in my interpretation. You have another yes and 2 more yeses. So there you have, from my count, 5 yeses, including the operating.
Yeah, Director Flashman, just for correction, I believe we're looking at numbers 15 through 20, not 4.
I'm referring to item 15.
And he's correct, but I only kind of counted the yeses, or like some of yes, depending on results of evaluations, a couple lines down. So I didn't count the operating as a yes or the maybe as a yes. So, it's a little.
I understand, but what I'm pointing out is if they considered it to be operating, then from my understanding, it means that it would be done in any event. So I consider that to be a yes.
Director Perry, please.
So as the person who seconded Director Farrell's motion, I'm not against Izzy's amendment just to keep moving it forward, because then we could be done with 1 through 14 and we could discuss any others we want at that time, but let's keep it moving.
There we go. That is a comment. All right. Any further comments or questions? Director Gesture.
I would like to further amend the motion to not include number 11 because it dovetails with number 18. They go together, so we need to do those together. So I would suggest we move number 11.
Well, we got to vote on one.
Or I would amend the motion to include items 1 through 14 minus number 11.
Can we get unanimous consent to do that?
Fine with me.
All right, I see no objection. There we go.
I object.
Dang it. Director Flashman.
I would like to keep 11 in there. It seems to me it's clear, and it doesn't have any real cost. So I don't know why we would want to throw that out.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion to that effect, Director Gesture?
I will make a motion to amend the motion to include items 1 through 14 minus 11.
All right.
Just to be clear, we're voting, whatever, but just to be clear, like, we should be diligent at voting for items that cost money. This is a task, to be clear. So, like, there's a purpose why it's being removed. The task is going to get completed by Pete and Mac.
Let's get to that after we get a second. So, is there a second for that motion? See no second. Motion does not move forward. So back to the current sub-motion.
And quick, didn't you ask for unanimous consent to her
And
11?
We did.
Then-
Erwin
and then he
objected.
objected.
So I needed a second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So I guess I have to speak against the motion now.
all right. Please.
So I am going to speak against the motion to Director Santa's point, and my point, number 11 and number 18, I believe should be grouped together and do not have a budgetary effect. I believe those should actually be removed from this list and taken up as part of an annual planning item that the board decides later because they're not budgetary related. Thank you.
Is this a time where, may I ask a question of Tony?
Please.
Tony, can I amend my motion to exclude number 11?
Unanimous consent.
Yeah, we can just do it with unanimous consent.
You didn't second my motion, my amendment.
No, but
That's
she
'cause
can-
he's-
She can amend her own,
He objected. You asked for unanimous consent. He objected. I would second your motion.
And then Travis asked if anyone would second my
Oh, I
amendment.
second your motion. Yes.
And no one did.
Sorry, I
okay, we are getting way too deep in the inception level
Yes.
of these motions. So if we can do our best to stay at like 1 or 2 tiers down, that would be delightful. All right, so that her initial motion did not get a second. It is done. So we're now dealing with Izzy's.
Amending.
Yes. Would you like to do?
May I amend my motion to do items 1 through 14, excluding 11?
Second.
Thank you, sorry about that.
All right, so we've
I'm
got
sure
a,
that's in order.
I think we were trying to do unanimous consent on that.
I mean.
We don't
it's
need a second. Are there any objections to it, Director Flashman?
Assuming that it's going to be dealt with in another fashion so that they approve it, yes, that's okay.
All right, I see no objection. We're doing the motion the way you've asked. All right,
No, it's
Now the motion.
We're back
so
to.
we're back to your motion. We've made it, we've seconded it, we've now had a lot of comments on it. Calling the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Director Lanza?
Aye.
7. Against? 1. And abstaining? 1. 7, 1, 1.
That's only, that's fine. Okay, good.
All right. Back to you, Ed.
Okay, I guess we've done through 14 now, so we'd be looking at, I guess,
Yeah,
15
We still
through
have to
20.
take a we still, hers was an amendment, we
Brady,
still have to make the vote
Okay.
on the,
Yeah.
Oh, that's still open.
I know.
And it's been amended to reflect this. Okay.
Okay.
Has, it's been made and seconded.
Can you repeat that initial motion, because we've done.
Brittany, could
so many
you
rounds.
repeat the motion, please?
It's the same thing.
What we just-
It's, yes.
As
Now
amended.
amended.
As amended.
As
Yes.
amended.
So, just for clarification, we're looking at 1 through 14 minus 11.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We're essentially recasting the same vote.
Yeah.
Director Jester?
May I change my vote? I meant to vote yes on that one and no on the main motion.
Yeah, it was like you
Sorry.
seconded.
Sorry, I lost my place.
To the previous,
So the amended,
To the amended.
to accepting the amended motion, I'm a
motion to
yes.
amend, she wants to be voted,
Sorry.
noted as voting in favor.
okay.
8 to.
So it's 8-1. Thanks, Brittany. All right, so we've made and seconded this one. Calling the question, all in favor? 6 in favor.
Aye.
7 in favor. Against? 1. And abstaining? 1. Okay. 7-1.
Okay, so we're done.
So back to you, Ed.
All right, so I was going to suggest maybe we look at 15 through 20 next, which were ones that Director Farrow was initially suggesting as well, and answer a little bit what Director Santa was bringing up. As she mentioned, they only had like 3 or 4 votes, but if you read the comments, there's basically no cost to these that isn't already covered. Like there's $2K for the number 15, but that's already covered in the budget. The $12K in number 17 for the kayak rack, that's the same as number 13 and 14. So, I mean, we could say no 17, but it's a duplicate of 13 and 14 that we just approved anyway. And then 15, that's already covered in the CIP trail maintenance. So that was why we sort of recommended those, even though they had fewer votes, is there's no additional cost on those. But I mean, you can do as you wish, but just to point that out.
So just to clarify, what you just said was that these do not count towards the 300K that you mentioned before. Just putting it simply.
Dr. Farrell?
I'm going to move to direct staff to move forward with item number 15, 16, and 17 to do the work not added to the budget. The representation here is that all of these things can be done within the operating budget that we have. So I don't want a rejection of this to be interpreted by the staff as a decision not to do the work. And that's part of the confusion of this.
Thank you. We've got a second.
Second.
Second's been made already, Director Flashman.
Yes.
Director Farrell, if you'd like to continue.
Only that if these items were stripped out because there's no budget impact, I don't want the staff to misunderstand the board's intention, which is we want these things done. We understand they have no budget impact.
I had a question to staff. Were you guys planning to do these items already?
I mean, the kayak storage, we were kind of leaning towards it, but I don't know that we've made a final decision on it yet, but we had 3 different suggestions for it. So we kind of were planning at this point. That's 13, 14, and 17.
Let me be more direct. Yes, so lots of times board members have suggestions or members of the community have suggestions and we don't create budgetary impacts. We fit them into the work plan somewhere, especially when they're a good idea. So I think we're clear on the board's intent.
So the motion's been made and seconded. Any further questions or comments?
I have one question.
Yes.
We have built some kayak, we built some this year. Are members using them? Are they full?
We had 17 applicants for 16 slots, so there was one unlucky person, but the Lake Audubon kayak rack is up and running and popular.
Thank you.
Can I inquire of our secretary, what numbers did I do all 15 through 20?
15, 16, and 17.
Okay, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to amend that to add 19 and 20.
Any objections?
Object,
Objection?
because it was the original motion that we started with. Touche.
Okay, so do you want to call motion?
Vote on what we can do.
I'm sorry?
We're in the motion 15, 16, and 17.
Yes, but there was no unanimous consent. Do you want to call a motion for there to be?
We'll deal with it. We'll make another motion.
Great. All right. Seeing no further questions or concerns, calling the question. All in favor? For 15 through 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in favor? Against? 1, 2 against? And abstaining? 1. Director Lanza?
Aye for abstain.
2 abstains. 5, 2, 2.
Mr. President, I move to direct staff to proceed with items 19, 20, and 21 as described in the listing here tonight. It's my understanding we're being told that they can do this as part of the operational items. I don't want failure to vote on these things to be interpreted by the staff as the board's desire not to have these things done.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Questions and concerns? And comments? Seeing none. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In favor? Against? 1 against, abstaining? Director Lanza is abstaining or against?
Abstain.
Abstain. At 612.
Mr. President, I have just one more item to discuss. I can yield. Go ahead, with your consent, Mr. President.
Director Mullen.
Yeah, I'd like to bundle 11 and 18 together. Help me with the motion.
Tony, can you help Director Mullinex with a motion to bundle items 11 and 18, please?
Or if anybody else would like to.
We'll let Tony focus on that. Tony, you there?
Just a motion to approve.
Motion to approve 11 and 18.
I have a question.
Just a second, see if it's seconded.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Questions and comments?
11 and 18, correct?
Mhm.
They were removed from the first motion, right? That passed, so therefore, would we have a 2/3 vote to undo that in order to get this back in?
I don't think that's the case.
That's what that is.
We didn't vote to eliminate them. We voted to address them later. Brittany?
He was having some trouble unmuting, but he's now back on.
Tony, rescue us.
I apologize. I think the treasurer's motion was sufficient. Choose the number, move to bundle for approval the following motions, and do. Does that make sense? And benchmark them between the two?
The question is whether or not we need 2/3 or a simple majority.
To rescind something that was done today or amend something? I apologize, my
It's okay.
Zoom was going nuts.
I think the question is whether or not it was actually, if we're actually voting to rescind something, because I don't know that we eliminated it from consideration before. We just decided not to accept it in the original data set.
Correct. You didn't make an affirmative vote then to exclude them, so you would not need a motion to rescind something that you didn't do.
Right.
You only need a motion to rescind when you've taken an action.
Okay.
But didn't we take an action when we amended John's motion with what I said?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So back to the motion. We've had a question. Are there any other further questions or comments? Director Farrell.
Mr. President, I'm going to vote against this motion because it's premature. Our lease, somebody can help me out. When does our lease go?
30.
30. In my experience, having done this recently in a couple of instances and representing clients in a couple of instances, the time to do this is when there's 3 years left on the lease, because you're going to get a better sense of where the market is. Then you're going to get where we are 5 years out. And so the information we're going to get is going to be stale, and I wouldn't want to commit to any particular broker with 5 years remaining on our existing lease.
Dr. Dusha.
I think I can do a motion to defer this item until the board takes up the annual planning session for 2026.
Second.
All right, we have a substitute motion that has been made and seconded. Questions or comments on that? All right, let's vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 in favor. Against? 0 against and abstaining.
Abstain.
That's 2 abstentions, 7-0-2. So back to the original question. Do we do the original question?
The deferral takes care of the bundling. We're deferring that question to later.
Fair enough. All right,
I
moving
believe,
21.
Did you have 21?
I'm sorry?
21.
21 was covered.
21 was taken care of already. The only other, I had questions on item 34 and 36. And I may have a motion after I have those questions resolved. And this goes to putting some kind of control on who gets to use our tennis courts and our pickleball courts. The notes were confusing to me. Can someone speak to what these notes are intended to convey? Maybe, could I ask Mr. Lusk to help me out here?
Of course.
Mr. President?
So two thoughts here. The last time we had this conversation, we said that we wanted PrAC's input on monitoring courts and a reservation system. So that conversation is going to happen next Wednesday. I think I said last meeting that it wouldn't happen before this meeting. PrAC is on Wednesday, next Wednesday. So we are having a conversation about a reservation system with PrAC and how that rollout could look with some input from them. Just as a reminder, that's a no-cost item for the association. We have 2 different systems in place currently that we could use. So not a budget conversation, it's an operational conversation. On the locks on gates, this year, for the first time in many years, we were able to secure 4 tennis court monitors. And we were funded every year to have 4. We have been unable to find someone that's actually willing to do it. So we have better data this year than we've had in the time I've been here to tell us who's on the courts and who's not. When the monitors are at the courts, they're scanning passes, so we'll have better member, non-member data than we've had in the past few years. I'm not saying necessarily that I think locks or strikes are a bad idea. I would like to look at the data towards the end of the summer to see who's coming onto our courts or not. So that was what the comments were meant to convey.
Mr. President, I'm going to move to defer this item to the October meeting. What are our meetings in October?
Okay.
I'm looking for a date. I'm looking for a date in October.
Yeah.
The
October, you have October 9th or
9
October.
and 23.
It has to be October 9th because the 23rd is a
Front
public
cover of
hearing.
your packet.
October 9 is good.
October 9th. I'll move to defer this item to October 9th. And I need a second.
And
Second.
That was numbers 34 and 36?
Yes.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Are there questions or comments?
Can I speak to the motion?
Please.
So this motion gets driven by input and feedback I'm getting from members that they're not able to get on the court because non-pass holders are on the court and basically bullying our members off the court. We need to be able to control that and to prevent that from happening to the detriment of our members. And so that's the interest here. If there's another way to get the problem solved, I'm all for it. But what I see in other circumstances in other clubs or HOAs is to have some kind of a swipe arrangement that enables somebody to get on. I saw a comment in a prior draft that said, well, they'll just prop the door open. Those kind of swipes also going to have an alarm on them so that if somebody's propped them open, the back door of my office has that kind of arrangement. So if somebody tries to prop it open, an alarm will go off and it'll be unpleasant. So somehow we need to assure our members that they get to use the courts and they're not going to be crowded out by non-members walking onto the court.
Director Mullenix?
Yeah, just to clarify with Pete, October 9th is enough time for you to get sufficient data back from the monitor?
That'll be fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Director Santa?
Have you, John, or the members that have reported to you, given staff the locations of where this is happening? Have you shared these incidents?
Mm-hmm.
You have them?
In particular, I'm hearing about it at Autumnwood.
Where it would happen would be Autumnwood.
Autumnwood and...
So you have the incidents that are being reported to John, to you,
And-
so that you're tracking?
Yes, and one of our monitors is stationed there, so we have that information.
And we're also getting it, what's the other one that's close to the TSA? It's your neighborhood. Is it, what is it called?
Lake Thoreau, yeah.
The Lake Thoreau courts. I'm also getting reports that the Lake Thoreau courts our members have tried to get on the Lake Thoreau courts and non-members are crowding them out.
You have all of these?
We're talking about Upper Lakes.
Upper
Not
Lakes.
Barton,
Thank you.
not Barton Hill. We're
Oh.
talking about Upper Lakes. Okay.
As long as you're tracking all the complaints that are being raised here, just
We
so
are.
that.
I've also had them from Barton Hill community, if that's helpful.
It is.
Barton Hill has pickleball. I have filed
Well,
complaints.
that they're playing pickleball, that's another complaint. They're playing pickleball on tennis courts.
Yeah.
Is besides the.
We know.
All right, staying on target. Any further questions or comments? All right. I'm sorry?
Sorry, the motion is to defer?
The motion is to defer. So all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Lanza's unanimous.
Lanza. Director Lanza?
Aye.
Unanimous of all in attendance.
Mr. President, that's all I have.
Thank you. I want to make a quick motion myself. Wanted to move that number 22 be removed from this list and move to a list of requests of items to be funded by Friends of Wrestling donations.
You have to pass the gavel to Izzy.
Izzy,
Or whatever.
you're in charge.
Do we have a second for the motion?
Second.
Discussion? No discussion? Call
I
it.
have, if I may,
Yes, please.
I made a comment in the voting section, and I was just wondering how this was going to be managed, since little libraries are generally supported by individuals in a neighborhood, and they're the ones who supply the books and manage it. And if it is Reston Association that's going to do this, how is this going to be managed?
Well, we'll have to come up with a plan.
I mean, can I?
Do you mind if oh, please, Director Perry?
I would just say of the, I think, 2 little libraries very close to me, they're usually not only full, but overflowing. So I've never seen a lack of books at a little library.
And if I may.
Oh, please, go ahead.
Little libraries are typically self-managed. I mean, we could go by from time to time, maybe it's something that we ask PrAC to do, go by the libraries from time to time, make sure that the books are, the libraries are well stocked and that the books that are in there are appropriate. But as it stands, I think they're typically pretty well self-managed.
Mr. Champ.
So I would be remiss in not telling this board, as I've told previous boards, there are pros and cons to having little libraries. The biggest con that I see with it is, particularly if Reston Association is managing it, let alone having it on our properties, the content that could be in there. And there are examples of things that really should not be in public libraries being put in there as a joke, a prank, or some sort of other harmful intent. So I would encourage further study on this matter in terms of safeguards, particularly if it's something that we're going to have in part or in whole control over, because it is dangerous.
This is your second bite of the apple, sir.
I appreciate that. And this is my last one. To that point, Tony, I appreciate it. But really, if we move this over to a Friends of Reston's list, that's Friends of Reston's problem, not ours. So we can actually work with them to come to that decision. And since I sit on that board, it's my problem too. So it's just my problem on a different day.
Do you want to react to that, Tony? Or are you serving at the pleasure of the board? I'm just beating you to the punch.
Drink.
I always serve at the pleasure of the board. I would simply say that to the extent that RA will always be in it, no matter who runs it, so long as it's on our property. So, I can't forecast. Is it, a nuclear issue? Probably not, but it is an issue that, deserves careful consideration in that there have been countless examples of, pornography ending up in little libraries, and all of a sudden little Timmy goes to get, the latest Berenstain Bears. I think that's still a thing. And they see something they really shouldn't have. So, again, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm simply saying it bears consideration of this board.
Mr. Lusk?
One thought, perhaps this is not what Director Johnson recommended in his budget request, but maybe there are clusters who are interested in having little libraries. And if Friends is willing to fund 3 or 4, there could be some sort of application process for getting a little library into some clusters. Sure. Just a thought.
Mr. Cummins?
Just one general comment, because the idea of talking to Friends about funding came up. Just to remind everybody, we're coordinating the budget processes. So Friends is having a parallel conversation about what their budget looks like now. So I'm imagining when we propose the first budget and I send you something in August, that August meeting, we might have a more robust conversation about something we might ask Friends to actually fund, so that we could then have that coordination conversation in August or September with Friends. So just be thinking about that when you're reviewing the first draft of the budget.
I think this wraps up discussion. Do you want to do your motion?
If I could just ask you to repeat your motion because it was a little hard to hear you on your mic.
Sure. I asked that we moved item 22 from the list of budget suggestions to a list of requests of items to be funded by donations to the Friends of Reston.
Okay, calling the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Jennifer?
We have 6. All those opposed? 1, 6, 1, and abstaining? 6, 1, 2. Lanza, where are you at? I'm going to call it 6, 1, 2. Go.
All right. Thank you. All right.
That's your mic.
Oh, wait.
I'm not speaking for you. All right, moving on.
You don't need too much, do you?
Ed?
Yeah, I mean, I guess on the others, you know, if we don't do something otherwise, we'll assume that you're kind of going with our recommendations of no. And all the no's that we recommended, just to point out, they were 0 to 2 votes from you all. And then assume that you'd also kind of go along with our recommendation for the deferral, mainly on pool hours and a couple other things. If we want to discuss any, we can, but.
Director Mullinex?
I'll make a motion.
Please.
Motion that we follow staff recommendation on items 23 through 42, with the exceptions of the 2 that.
34 and 36.
The exception of 34 and 36.
I would just say 23 doesn't actually have a staff recommendation, so
And I
perhaps
was
you
gonna
might
do
want to
those.
change that to 24.
Yes, thank you. Correction, 24 through 42, with the exception of 34 and 36.
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded.
Could you repeat, could you repeat your motion again?
That we accept the staff's recommendation for items 23 through 24 through 42, except 34 and 36, which have already been acted on.
What about 25? EV stations? Does that have a recommendation by
As a
staff?
no.
I think it's good.
Oh, no, okay. Okay.
All right, so the motion has been,
Mr. President,
I
matter
need-
of personal
so-
privilege, one of our fellows wants a minute to go through the list. Maybe we might want to take a short recess.
No, I don't. I
Not
just,
yet.
just give me 30 more seconds.
So
so close. to having a-
33, I have
Okay.
a question.
What does defer mean? Oh, so 38 through 42 is deferred till when? Can we clarify? Wait,
30.
I think
34
it's
and 36.
August.
34 and
Is it
36.
September? Those are all the pool
October 9th.
ones.
I think we said September, right, Pete?
The end of September
Pool
meeting.
hours.
I thought it was October 9th.
No,
No, that was 34
different.
and 36. This is, yeah.
Okay, let's tighten this up a little bit. I think the question was, the
What
question
does
is more
defer
suited
mean?
to, yeah, but I think the question is more suited to post second. So the motion has been made. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
There's a second to the motion. Now we've got questions.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I thought it was already seconded. I just want to clarify what defer means from a staff recommendation for the 38 through 42. So we just have it for the record.
I believe
Which are all the
September
pool
was-
ones.
September was our plan, I believe, right, Pete?
And I,
Yep, so why don't we use September 25, the September 25th meeting?
okay.
Wanna-
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Any-
the second meeting is September.
The motion I understood was to,
Follow the staff.
Follow
recommendation.
staff recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this was an explanation of staff recommendations.
For,
Okay,
Got
so
it.
motion has been made, seconded. There has been a question. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Aye.
Unanimous of all in attendance. Thank you very much.
All right, and that does leave 23, which, we mentioned it would be a 50K was the estimate. This is make crosswalk at Lake Road Pool safer. And we have some comments here, but I guess we need to decide if we'd like to do that for 50K or not.
Okay. Director Joseph.
I will make a motion, but I believe the first step in studying a crosswalk is to study the crosswalk, which is how we approach the Barton Hill. And I don't believe that that was $50,000.
So my understanding of this work is that we want to relocate the trails that exist to the crosswalk that is at the intersection of Sunrise Valley and Upper Lake.
Correct.
So there isn't a study to complete. We just need to relocate the trails so that instead of, for those who aren't familiar, there is a crosswalk sort of right as you make the right onto Upper Lakes Drive if you're going to Lake Throw Pool. There's a striped intersection that's maybe 40 feet from the intersection, 50 feet from the intersection, which is not a crosswalk you would install now. Our RA trails dump you to that intersection, which is a tight turn. If someone's making a turn, they're not going to see you crossing there. So my understanding of this request was that we would relocate our existing trails to the crosswalk that also exists at the intersection of Upper Lakes and Sunrise Valley. The difference between Barton Hill Road is that there isn't a second option. Barton Hill Road right now only has the one option. So for me, the work at Upper Lakes is actually much easier than Barton Hill, unless I'm just misunderstanding the request.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do two motions. If the first one fails, I'm just letting you know in advance. I'll make a motion to fund the budget for $50,000 as the first motion to move the trail. But there may be board members that believe that a study to determine whether there is an unsafe situation is warranted as step one. So that will be my second motion. If the first one fails, I'll do a motion to study the crosswalk to determine whether it's unsafe as the second, which will, no, I'm just, either way, it will get, the members that have been asking for this for years will get clarification on how the board feels.
Can I
And we can
recommend
just-
or request that you swap your motions?
If I do the motion to do a study first, then we'll have to defer the $50,000 motion because it's the actual action to be taken later. That's why Okay, so I will motion on item number 23, make crosswalk of Lake Thoreau safer, to allocate $50,000 in the 2026 CIP to relocate RA's trail system to connect with the existing crosswalk at the intersection of Upper Lake Drive and Sunrise Valley Drive.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Are there questions or comments? Director Perry.
This is for staff only. Based on everything you know, comments you've received from members, what you've seen, would you take this if action in general?
So I've become somewhat of a crosswalk connoisseur in the last 7 months or so. This is a good recommendation.
Excellent, thank you.
Any other comments?
I guess my question.
Director Santa.
To the maker of the motion is, no problem with the motion. But are you suggesting that because we don't have a study and whatever, and if the trail does get moved and it's still unsafe, we have a problem? Okay.
No, I saw a board member had made a comment about doing a study on this one.
Got it.
And so I wanted to allow for that possibility. I will also add that if RA's Central Services Facility want to cut back the trees so I don't have to send my yearly email this year to request that, that would be really cool to add on top, but I am not including it in the motion.
All right. Further comments or questions? Hearing none, calling the question, all in favor? All right, that's 7 in favor. Against?
Aye.
One against? And,
You said aye, can we clarify? Was he saying?
fair enough. Director Lanza, was that an against?
Against.
Thank you. And then abstaining. Director Flashman. So it's 7-1-1. All right. That wraps us
I
up.
think that hits them all.
All right, thank you. And having completed this list, I'd like to call for a 15-minute break.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Do you want to go into executive session first?
Before the break? No.
Okay.
Yeah, 15-minute break, please. Okay. Thanks for coming back with us. We are going to have a conversation now about the Land Use Advisory Committee. We've got recommendations that will be provided by Peter Lusk. Pete.
All right, thank you. So many of you are probably acutely aware that the Land Use Committee is getting ready to invite the Reston Town Center North Development Group to a Land Use Committee meeting sometime this fall, likely in October. The group has been reviewing the development plan in detail. Staff produced what I would call a briefing packet for the committee, which covered a variety of issues: traffic, environmental impacts, potential recreational impacts, all of the impacts of the development that would affect the association. In reviewing those documents, the Land Use Committee thought it was a good idea and made a motion that staff engage one of our on-call engineers to review the traffic plan submitted by the development team for Town Center North. Not being a traffic expert myself, and without having any traffic engineers experts on the group, they made the recommendation that we engage an engineer to review that plan. So we spoke to our on-call engineer. They gave us a range between $2,500 and $5,000 to do a cursory review of the plan. So we would not be rewriting the traffic plan or coming up with new recommendations, but our on-call engineer would give us the highlights, topics of interest that we would ask the development team about when they visit the Land Use Committee. This is one of those you get what you pay for items. So we can go back to our on-call engineer and say, we don't want to spend more than X, and they can give us a product based on that number. But his estimate was between $2,500 and $5,000 for this kind of review. Again, we're not asking for a rewrite or revisions, because that could be in the 50 to hundreds of thousands of dollars, but this is a cursory review that the committee made a motion to bring to the board for recommendation.
Questions or comments for Mr. Lusk? Director Drescher.
In the staff recommendation text, it says that it's important to note that these are unbudgeted funds. I believe that we have a annual budget to use our on-call engineers. Is it unbudgeted because we believe we're going to go over the budget we already have or for some other reason?
So I think the reason that made its way into the memo is we don't typically provide funds for committees. So the on-call monies that we have are for things, capital projects mostly. So I think that was where that comment came from. I don't think this would blow the R8 budget, but it's not something we typically do.
So I will make a motion to approve the recommendation of the Land Use Advisory Committee to use our on-call engineers to review the traffic report for Reston Town Center North, not to exceed $5,000.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Questions or comments? Dr. Mapar.
Mr. Lusk, what do we get from this study? And how will it help the Land Use Committee? And where and in what aspect?
It's a good question.
Part B.
Yep, sorry, okay.
Sorry, just to flip side of this. If you don't do what you're proposing, the study, which I still don't know what the details are, what happens? How many people will die?
So the first answer is, with everyone on the group is a layperson when it comes to traffic. Yes? Are you a traffic expert? Okay. So when I'm looking at a traffic study, I'm reading it, I'm taking in the information, but I don't know necessarily how to apply that information. So when the development team comes to visit the Land Use Committee, the idea is this motion would help us develop a list of questions that we would ask the development team so we can speak intelligently about what we're talking about. So I think it would help us with better information that we're looking for. The second part of your question is what happens if we don't have this information? I don't know if we can have an intelligent conversation related to traffic as it relates to the Reston Town Center development.
Mr. President?
Dr. Farrell?
Can I address that question?
Please.
So every zoning application has to submit what's called a 527. And Director Lanza has some experience with this, I have no doubt. And so as part of the rezoning, a traffic study is filed with the county. The County Office of Transportation reviews it, but we don't get that review publicly until 3 or 4 weeks before the public hearing in front of the Planning Commission. But it's there and anybody can look at it. The committee's view was they wanted to have an intelligent assessment of it. And you're talking about maybe here 20 hours max. I don't think you'll need that to be able to tell them if there are any glaring deficiencies that ought to be incorporated into a recommendation made to the board. And so that enables your advisory committee to give the board good advice as to whether or not there are deficiencies in the proposed traffic solutions as part of this rezoning. But there's already a traffic study that's been submitted by the applicant. And at some point along the line, the county's analysis of that traffic study will become available. But it could be very, very late in the game after this board has taken a position relative to that application.
Dr. Santa. Oh, Director Lanza.
I just wanted to piggyback off the comment where this would generate some questions we could ask during the Land Use Advisory Committee. I'd like to amend the motion to, in addition to seeking our on-call engineer to review, also having them present at this Land Use Advisory Committee so that they can process the responses and potentially provide follow-up questions. I'm not a traffic engineer, and I don't believe anyone on that committee is. And sometimes it can get a little bit above everyone's typical knowledge of traffic, and it'd be good to have an expert in the room, not on the applicant's side.
I think I heard a
Second.
substitute motion that has been made and seconded. Questions or comments? Director Flashman.
Are we setting some amount limit on this? Is this a $5,000 limit, no more than?
The motion was up to $5,000.
And the traffic study does in fact exist?
Yes.
Yes, it does. A question for you, Pete. What potential actions are the board going to take in post-traffic study?
Wait, are we not going to vote on the motion to amend?
This is a question about the motion. It's a comment that's pertinent.
So I believe the question you're asking is what potential actions will the board take once the land use committee has had Town Center North visit the land use committee?
That's correct.
Okay. So once the land use committee has spoken with the development team, the land use committee will develop a list of recommendations to bring to the board that the board would then approve to, or not approve, to send forward to Walter.
So again,
Mr. Carter.
Sorry, to Commissioner Carter.
So I guess I'm trying to ask the question a different way. How are we going to use the land use committee's potential recommendations? And the reason I ask is I'm trying to understand what the potential return on investment is. I understand what it will be for the land use committee,
Sure.
but I'm trying to understand what the potential return on investment is for the association as a whole, board as a smaller thing.
So I'll provide an answer, and I believe some land use committee members may want to weigh in as well. But when the land use committee creates their recommendations to bring to the board, the land use committee and the board will, in my opinion, be more informed than we would have been and can ask better questions, more hard-hitting questions than we would have if we didn't have the review. So we may have more grounding to push back on some of the traffic elements than we would have otherwise.
Mr. President.
Director Jessup, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to speak to the main motion whenever we get to that point.
This is still.
That I may, I know.
The two motions are so closely together that feel free.
So to speak to my motion, and I have no objection, think it's a good add that Director Lanza is requesting. But besides the Land Use Committee's recommendation in propagating me to make the motion, there were two other things that I considered. One is the board recently received a letter that from the DRB that our CEO sent us. I think it was this week. And if you read through the letter, there were many points related to the road structure around RTCN. So from my perspective, although the Land Use Committee made that recommendation, I think it could be used even outside the Land Use Committee and could help give our DRB members some additional information as they evaluate this plan. And the second reason is because within Reston, because it has been largely built for years, it is very uncommon for land use cases to come before us in which you see road structures that everyone throughout the community would be using. You normally see a development where it's more insular, where you see a road structure within these parcels that will affect just the community members that might be living in that housing or the businesses that would be within that parcel. This case is, I think, more unusual in the sense that it affects a large portion of roads that many of our members will be driving through or within. And I think that it would benefit us, since we don't have the expertise in-house, for us to truly understand what those effects are to the community so that we can be better educated to make some points or do some advocacy work with the Planning Commission, with Supervisor Alcorn on behalf of all of the Reston Association members. Thanks.
Director Santa?
So I want to make sure we get to the motion because
I have it noted.
Okay.
We're on target.
I just, to that point, because I read the DRB letter, I just want to make sure that we will be talking about the traffic calming measures that DRB puts in the letter that they're seeking from the applicant. Like, that will be analyzed, correct? And I guess my question is, is there a moment in time where perhaps the Land Use Committee can go through the DRB letter, highlight, and say, and please focus on this, because I don't want to pay for something that the left hand and the right hand don't analyze. So I just want to make sure that would cover this.
Yes, Mrs. Liaison, we can, I'm sure between the three of us, make that happen.
Just making sure. And then my one concern is, and this is coming from a place where we've have acquired more legal fees because we keep asking and asking of things, that my fear is, do we see or foresee that we're going to keep asking and asking more of this consultant, that we're going to go above the $5,000 threshold because we're asking them to provide more analysis like we've done with other things recently?
I can probably answer that. I think the question that will come back for the board is, based on your value system and how aggressive you are concerned about potential traffic issues and their impact on the community, there's a range of options at that point. So one is to tell the county that we have concerns about traffic. The other is to guide them to the solution based on heavy-duty traffic analysis, which is a really expensive proposition. So it doesn't necessarily set up the trickle-down effect that you're concerned about, but the board could be posed with that question at a future date.
And just to add for the record, all of this feeds into Director Lanza's substitute motion in so much as we're trying to get a holistic picture of what the engineers will be providing, and that would inform whether or not they attend the meeting, which is what he's asking them to do in his motion. Director Perry.
I want to be very clear because, as we all know, other than Mr. Jam, attorneys' time's very expensive. So if you are asking their attorneys to attend this meeting, that 5,000 is being eaten up very quickly. So I want to make sure that you guys truly are capping it at 5,000, and that includes their time at the meeting, not 5,000 for the review. Oh, and we'll pay you more for this. Sorry, engineers, not attorneys.
Further
I want
comments?
that clarified, please.
Further comments or questions on the Director Mapar?
I'm struggling a little bit about details of what they will be doing. And I mean that sincerely, because if we say, let's give them 5,000 and they'll attend the meeting and they'll help us ask the right questions, that's one thing. But if there's any sort of engineering analysis that they are going to do, can you help me I don't need the details, like the 20-part statement of work or anything, but just a little bit, what exactly is it that you want them to do? Are they going to take that traffic study and do an independent review of that and come back, give you some things to consider to ask when they come to the land use committee and share with the DRB? And if that's the case, that's fine. I understand that. And then following that, when we are done with that, when the recommendations come to the board, what is this board going to do with them? Give them to the county, Commissioner Carter, the county supervisor? Are we expecting, I'd like to see some sort of, understand a little bit about what our game plan is, what the roadmap looks like.
Mr. President?
I'm asking Mr. Lusk.
I'm trying to answer for the Land Use Committee because they're the ones who are trying to get this
Just
work done.
let me answer.
I'm sorry, Director Mapar. He's not asking the Land Use Committee, he's asking Director Lusk. He's in the room.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure he can speak for the Land Use
then
Committee.
that's up to him to respond.
Mr. Lusk.
So I was at the Land Use Committee meeting when they made this motion, so I will characterize what I heard when I was there, and I'm happy to pass it off to Director Farrell.
Sure.
I spoke a little bit about this briefing packet that staff put together for the Land Use Committee to sort of synthesize this development plan that's submitted by Town Center North, which is 400, 500 pages of information. When we got to the traffic element of our briefing packet, it was a little light in information because we don't have traffic experts on staff. So the Land Use Committee was reviewing it and said, thank you for taking a whack at it, but we'd like a little bit more analysis on this so that we can have an educated conversation with the Planning Commission or with the development team about what this traffic plan is actually telling us. So I think your first comment is correct. It gives us more information that we can make ask educated questions and have more information. But I'll turn it over to Director Farrell.
As, Mr. President, as we have been working through, the model is the land use committees at the other 8 magisterial districts. And when they consider a land use application, they make recommendations, in most cases in writing, which I would expect the board to approve, as to what the issues are that this body would like to see the planning commissioner address and the supervisor address in acting on the application. So it might take the form of development conditions or proffers or changes to the drawing of that kind. And particularly in this case, we need to remember we've got this 10 acres of open space. And there's a proposal for a central green that, at least as far as I can tell, is supposed to be available for the entire community. But the issue is, how do you get there? And where do you park? Those are issues that I understand would be in the concern of an association concerned about making sure that the open space is actually usable for the community, that it actually carries out the MOU that we the association entered into with the county. So if the standard procedure were to be followed, that I anticipated when we created this, is the land use committee would make a recommendation. We actually have a template letter that the land use committee would draft up a letter for the signature either by the president or the CEO and forward that to the board and say to the board, we think you want to send this letter to Commissioner Carter and copy Supervisor Alcorn. And that would be how this association expresses its concerns on this application to the board. One thing that Mr. Lusk may have omitted unintentionally is there is intended to be an opportunity for the community to share their thoughts with the land use committee as part of preparation of that letter, that a draft of which would come to this board for the board to act on. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying that. It does, but my concern is we do the 5,000, and I think it's a valuable thing to do because you need to have expertise, specifically to Director Landa's comment. You need to have that expertise in the room to help you ask the right questions or put it in front of you. But I just don't get the warm and fuzzy feeling that when the 5,000 is done, that we are done. I think there will be more to this, and I think this 5,000 is the initial step. And I'm just trying to get a warm and fuzzy feeling that if there is such a thing after the 5,000, let's hear it, if the possibility is there. If not, then just say it. And I'm not putting you on a corner. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what's going on, where we're going with this. That's all.
I might just add, everything is hard the first time.
Yeah.
We've not done this. This is my first time. This is Jennifer and John's first time. With the committee, with the committee. The committee has not invited a developer to see them yet. And this is our first time. So we may do it and decide we don't need to in the future, or we may decide this is something we do on an ongoing basis. But I think the first time is hard.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
All right, now, we're.
One piece of information.
We're good. We've had enough information.
Thank you.
We've had enough information. You've had several bites of the apple. We're calling the question. On the second motion, which was Mr. Lanza's motion to have the engineers sit in on our meeting with the county folks. So, all in favor? Conversation, please, limited. Thank you. We're taking votes. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Mr. Lanza?
It's his motion.
Yes.
Okay. I was going to be really upset with you if you said no.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are adding that to the original motion. We're asking that we spend up to $5,000 having our in-house engineers, our on-call engineers, provide analysis of the county's traffic study.
And attend the meeting.
And attend the meeting. Thank you very much. So I think we've had all the conversation we need on this topic. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. Okay, we've got 6, 7 in favor. Against? 1 against. Mr. Lanza?
I'm in favor of the motion.
I'm sorry?
In favor.
You're in favor of the motion, so that's 8, 1, 0. Okay.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I move to convene an executive session to consult with legal counsel and to discuss contractual and personnel matters.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sorry, including covenants appeal.
Violations.
No.
Violation matters.
Thank you very
And
much.
covenants matter.
Well, now that you've said that, I'm not voting for it. But no. So is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor? Mr. Lanza?
Aye.
That's unanimous of all in attendance.
Hi, this is Ed Vroom, RA CFO, with the financial update for the RA Board of Directors meeting on July 24th, 2025. This update covers actuals through June 2025 compared to the budget and compared to last year, and our forecast for 2025 year end. As shown on the dashboard for the period ending June 30th, year-to-date revenue is $89K below budget, primarily driven by camps. We are forecasting to end the year $42K below budget for revenue. Operating expenses are $705K below budget year-to-date, driven partly by staffing vacancies we had early in the year, but we expect this will catch up now that we are almost fully staffed. And some of our other costs have also lagged, and we expect those to mostly also catch up. We added $99K to the forecast for the additional condition assessment and some for higher legal costs we're seeing related to land use, netting to an overall forecast of $30K below budget for expenses. The association's cash position remains strong. Some more detail on revenue. Interest revenue is up $51K versus budget and $110K versus last year year-to-date. Camps revenue is running below budget. We expect that to catch up some, but not all, with some parents citing cost and economic conditions, and we're seeing a bit less in registrations and more cancellations. Tennis lessons are down, in particular for non-residents following price increases we implemented this year. Boat rentals under lakes, ponds, streams are also down some. Our forecast has us down $42K versus budget at year end. Functionally, people costs are $258K below budget year-to-date, driven by staffing vacancies early in the year, with seasonals also down some due to weather impacting pools. We were at 92 full-time employees at the start of the year versus our budget of 101, and we are now at 99. And as a reminder, the budget assumed a 4.5% vacancy rate. Professional services and legal costs are below budget year-to-date, but we expect this will catch up. As mentioned before, the additional condition assessment was added to the forecast, as was additional legal expenses due to the higher costs we're seeing related to land use issues. Other functional costs are running below budget across a number of areas mentioned on the slide. We expect to partly catch up, but still underrun the budget there. Computer equipment is down partly because some of the expenses planned for this year were purchased in December of last year instead. Our forecast has us projecting being $30K below budget overall on expenses at year end. Collectively, department operating expenses are $705K below budget year to date, driven by staffing vacancies and other functional costs as shown on the previous slide. But again, we generally expect will catch up. Moving to capital, as of the end of June, RA had a total of restricted cash and investments for capital of about $7.25 million, $6.76 million in RRF funds, and $489K in CARF funds. To date in 2025, $1.2 million has been spent on capital, with an additional estimated $2.36 million in budgeted projects to be completed in 2025 and beyond. The projected variance to budget is an underrun of $247K due to hook road, several vehicle purchases, and autumnwood tile work, all expected to come in below budget. Looking at the balance sheet, cash available to fund operations and meet current and future capital project needs remains strong. Total cash and investments as of the end of June was $22.8 million. Thank you, and that is the conclusion of the financial update.
Thanks, Brittany. We are back from executive session. Can we get some motions, the first of which is to extend the meeting?
Well, actually, the first one will be the cleanse.
No, the first is to extend because we're over time.
Oh, we're already over. Mr. President, I move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Second. Motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Lanza? All right, so I'm going to go with 7 on that. I'm sorry, 8 on that. Mr. Lanza, where do you stand?
I'm for extending.
Okay, so it's unanimous. It's 9-0 to
You
extend.
might want to keep his mic open. Move that the Resident Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personnel matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous of all attending.
Okay. Move to not consider the Covenants Committee appeal for 2505 Charleston Lane.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. All in favor? Unanimous of all in attendance.
All right. Move to approve William Pegus for the position of member to the Environmental Advisory Committee.
And Sarika.
Correction. Move to approve William and Sarika for the position of member to the Environmental Advisory Committee.
Members.
Members.
Motion is made and seconded. All in favor? Unanimous.
Okay. Move to defer the easement with VDOT for the pedestrian improvement project at the intersection of Pinecrest Road and Fox Mill Road, and direct counsel by waiving the assessment and finance resolution 7 on procurement and purchasing to engage outside counsel on the matter and return with recommendation options to the board no later than the September 25th, 2025 board meeting.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. All in favor? It's unanimous.
Direct the CEO to circulate and advocate on behalf of the board the proposed PRZ zoning text amendment, omitting the parenthetical language included, which is the option.
Do you want to specify in 6B?
Only those
She said
two
that that's
omitting.
Removing the parenthetical.
Yeah.
We were going to ask
6B.
for words.
6B.
That's different.
She has to make that motion first.
Motion's made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded.
Mr.
Comments?
President, I have an amendment that I'm going to propose, and I'm looking at paragraph 6B, which relates to minor accessory uses. And I'm going to propose that we insert the words, comma, seasonal bubbles, close comma, after the words splash pads. And by putting it in there, it would mean that bubbles would be accessory to our swimming pools. I need a second, then I'll speak to the motion.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Comment?
Mr. President, one of the things that we have on our list of member suggestions that we went over tonight is a request to extend the swimming season. The logical place for us to extend the swimming season is at our heated pools. The problem is that when you try and heat the pool, and our season ends now, end of September? So when you try and heat a pool in October, it gets really expensive unless you cover it. And that's what our members keep asking us for. Now, adding this language doesn't commit us to putting bubbles on, but without this language added to this text amendment, we could only add a bubble if we go through a PRC amendment process. And a PRC amendment process, as I have shared with you multiple times, is at least $500,000. And the net result of that is it is highly unlikely that if seasonal bubbles aren't included in section 6D, that no board would ever go through the expensive process of asking for the PRC amendment, knowing that there is no guarantee that the PRC amendment would be granted. And so effectively, if this language isn't there, we are preventing this board or any future board from putting up a bubble on one of our heated pools to extend the swimming season for our membership. And it's the one thing our membership keeps asking for. There are other circumstances across the county where seasonal facilities, temporary seasonal facilities, are installed all the time without having to go through a profit condition amendment or any other kind of zoning approval. And I encourage you to go look at the Fox Mill Shopping Center. Every year, they sell annual plants. They don't get a zoning amendment to do that. Every year, they sell, there's a little yellow sea container that sells fireworks. And then they sell pumpkins. And then they sell Christmas trees at that location and at Nutley Street and at locations all over this county. That happens at that location every single year. We should be able to provide our members with an extended pool season. And the only way to do that practically is to include seasonal bubbles in paragraph 6D.
Further comments, questions? Director Santer.
May I direct a question to either Tony, I guess, or Mac? I don't remember word for word what was said, but what was outside counsel's assessment on bubbles again?
I wouldn't advocate discussing attorney-client privilege communications in open session.
That's fair.
I concur.
Okay, does anybody remember if it was a thumbs up or thumbs down? That's what I'm looking for.
Dr. Perry?
Can you just give me a thumbs up, like us going to the county and fighting this?
So two different questions. I think I can represent after several conversations with the county, they are very clear that bubbles will not be contemplated without a PRC amendment. The nuance of how a temporary structure may be constructed is a topic upon which you received legal advice, and we would probably need to go back into exec session to discuss that.
I will speak against the motion. I would say, I think I remember that council said it's not worth it, so I'm going to oppose it.
Director Joseph.
I think because this document, again, is stating our desires. It's a desire of our members, so I don't know whether it will be accepted or not. But I don't think it hurts us to say we still think it's important to our members, and therefore we would like it included. If they say no, then they're going to advertise, the county's going to advertise what the county's going to advertise.
Director Perry?
So I am not necessarily in favor of this amendment to the language because the county was very clear when they were here that bubbles were not even a discussion point. And while I appreciate Director Juszczyk's language of, well, this is what we want, I would prefer to go to the county with a document that I feel they might be willing to work with us on versus something where they're going to go, oh, well, we're going to nix that and nix that and nix that versus, this seems reasonable. Okay, we'll work with you. So.
Any further comments, Director Mullenix?
Yeah, I suppose my question would be, is this a never hurts to ask scenario or not?
I would believe that from our conversations with the county, they are ready to move on from this effort. I don't think we're in the it never hurts to ask category. I think they're looking for a thank you for working with us on these things. But again, happy to march forward I don't think it will be received well. I think that's your question.
Got it, thank you.
All right.
Final word.
Please.
We should not self-censor. Out of fear Our supervisor is supposed to act on behalf of our membership. Our membership keeps asking for this. I can't ignore the membership. So we shouldn't self-censor, and if the county staff decides, no, we're not going to give it to you, then that's their decision. Our decision should not be, no, we're not even going to ask. Because then the decision not to go forward is this board's decision, not the supervisor, not the county staff. And having gone through more than a few text amendments with county staff and with other applications with county staff, there is little risk in asking for what you want and what your members want. And my experience is, if you ask for it on behalf of your constituents, that request is taken seriously. You may not get it, but that request is taken seriously.
One last bite of the apple.
Yes.
I would like to note to this body that the motion was well played because it limited us from going to council and having a conversation with council once again regarding what John is asking about. So well played, and this is a comment to the chair. I think the motion was well played, and it's unfortunate that we're in this situation because we are censoring ourselves because of the time, we want to go home, and you limited debate. I'll just say that. I want the record to note that, and the public to note that.
All right. Calling the question. All in favor? That's 2 in favor. Against? That's 6 against and abstaining. 1 abstaining. All right. Any further motions? Can we have them say?
The original motion.
Oh, the original motion, excuse me.
Yeah.
Want me to reread it?
Please.
Direct the CEO to circulate. Direct the CEO to circulate and advocate on behalf of the board the proposed PRZ zoning text amendment omitting the parenthetical language included.
Is there a second? It's been seconded, that's right.
Yeah, just to be clear, it's in 6B.
There's 2 of them.
Okay.
No, it's all the parenthetical
Got it.
that's in
Thank
the
you.
document.
My bad. Thank you.
So
Yeah.
it's 2 different sections
B and
that
C.
say option
So you're calling
2,000 to 4,000.
just all, okay, thank you.
Okay. Calling the question. All in favor? That's 7 in favor, 8 in favor, against? It's 1 against. All right. Anything, now that we have any further motions, we have to
Did you get any answer from Michael?
We did.
No, that's all of them.
Okay. Is that everything? All right, thanks. Erwin?
Yes.
You're on deck for Lake Equity Working Group. I apologize, but there are now only 10 minutes left, so I'm hoping we can.
We'll keep it short.
Keep it tight. Thank you.
Okay. This is with regard to the Lakes Equity Working Group, or the LUG. And the last time that the LUG came before the board was on July 11th of 2024, and it presented an update on the status of its work and requested and was granted an extension of time until August 25 to render its final report. Since that time, the LUG has continued working, holding sessions with interested parties to obtain their input, analyzing various studies, including the RA opinion survey on facilities, considering other data available, and has been working on the drafting of the report itself. For the last month or so, a smaller group of the LUG has been meeting weekly to follow the progress of writing and setting out next steps in between the regular monthly meetings of the LUG. Unfortunately, several different issues have limited or eliminated the availability of several LUG members to work on the development of the report for significant periods of time in the past, presently, and in the term. In light of that, the work of the LUG has been slowed down. While the LUG is diligently working on the report, much remains to be done. Thus, it is respectfully requested that the board grant the LUG until January 2026 to complete and render its report to the board. Of course, it is hoped that the Louvre will be able to complete the work on the report and render it at an earlier date, but the time that we are requesting now should allow for completion barring any other unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, we would like to avoid having to come back to you in between if a shorter date were granted. And further, the board has a large number of higher priority issues pending, which it will need to address before it turns its attention to the Louvre report. So it does not make sense to not grant the request, since it is highly unlikely that the board will turn its attention to the report in any event during the remainder of this calendar year. Therefore, I move that the board grant to the Lakes Equity Working Group until January 2026 to complete and render its report to the board or such later date as the board may determine.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Seeing no second, the motion,
No, the motion.
seeing no second, the motion does not progress there.
Can I make a
Yes.
motion? I move to table this motion until such time that the LUG can share the latest version of their report prior to the August board meeting, allowing adequate time to assess the potential need for an extension. And I need a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded.
Can I speak to the motion?
Please.
I was a liaison to Lake Equity Working Group in December. By that point, that group had at least 12, 15 pages of written work product. And I'm sure they continue to add. So maybe they need an extension, maybe they don't, or maybe they're boiling the ocean. But I think this body should see where they're at to see, like, you know what, we're good with the information that we have. We don't need to go down this fishing expedition. I think it's a happy compromise.
Further comments? Director Flashman.
I'm opposed to this motion because you are not going to be able to make a determination of where we are based on what you see if we give you what's there. There are lots of things that need to be refined, and there are things that have not yet been written, and we're in the process of developing those. Plus, there are a number of recommendations that will be forthcoming and that have not been developed yet. And so I think that you're not going to see anything that is going to put you in a position to be able to make a judgment as to how much time we'll need.
Can I have my second bite of the apple and rebuttal? As somebody who has read the draft in December, which addresses a lot of the things that this body asked for when you started the LUG, it might be sufficient. It may not be. And I don't think it hurts to see where they're at.
Director Lanza.
So I have two questions regarding the motion. The first one is, will an extension have any cost impact for the association? And would this involve a lot of additional staff time to be dedicated to it?
And that question is, I'm sorry, we're going to direct that question to staff if we could.
That's not germane.
It's still germane because she's still giving the option for an extension.
Okay, go with it. I'm good.
Okay.
Generally, the question is about staff time and input and that sort of thing. So one of our big concerns when we first started this was how much staff time would be dedicated to the effort, and would it draw away from something else? It's been pretty consistent, so I don't imagine any significant impact to the work program, whether it stops in a few months or a few months after that.
Thank you.
And my second question was, how many extensions have been granted to the point of providing this potential draft?
One.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Further questions or comments? Director Joseph?
While I appreciate Director Santa's creativity, the report is due in August and our next meeting is in August, so we'd already be at the point where we're supposed to be receiving the final report. I think that we'd go ahead and just receive the report as of however they present it. We could always go back to the Lake Equity Working Group and say, please amend, and we're going to give you to X date to do that. So that's my suggestion. So I'll vote against the motion, but appreciate the creativity.
Dr. Perry, do you have something?
I was just saying, I do appreciate the fact that the motion does say provide what you have, period. And as we know, what's currently outstanding is provide a final report, which according to someone on the Lake Equity Working Group, they don't have. So I will be voting in favor just because I think that language nuance is important here.
All right. Further comments or questions? All in favor?
I got it.
I will be voting against it.
Okay, we've got 5 in favor, against? 1, 2,
Against.
3 against.
4.
4 against. Okay. It's 5-4, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm going to move to extend the meeting to 11:15.
Second.
Questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
5, 6 in favor, against? Director Flashman, was that a 4? Was that still 4 against?
4.
Okay. So that's 7 in favor, against, and 2 against. All right. Moving on to hopefully the last item on the agenda.
Second.
Now, can I just brief on item O so we can dispose of it?
Please.
So the board won't have a lot to talk about on item O tonight because there is a working group and a motion approved between board meetings. That motion will be included in the packet along with the accompanying document, so members will have access to see it. We have directed council to move forward with a revised amended contract to consider the request from Kathy Hudgens Community Center.
I was going to ask Tony to make that.
Oh, well,
report, but no, thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry.
For doing it. All right. Anyone else have any questions or comments about that topic? All right, moving on.
Mr. President, I move that the board adopt the draft agenda that was published in our materials for the August 28, 2025 meeting.
Second.
Second.
I would like to make a change to that if we could do it by unanimous consent. I'd like to make item E, the Friends of Reston update. Okay, I'm seeing no feedback on that, so Friends of Reston are.
I believe
I'm sorry.
Our Assistant Secretary raised her hand.
Yes, that's why I'm looking at it.
We have
Yes.
a couple of people who are scheduled for volunteer interviews on the 28th of August. Would it be possible to add volunteer interviews? I believe it was supposed to be a standing item, whether we have applications or not.
I see no dissent, so that's cool.
Can I ask a question? On the consent calendar, item B says amendment of existing resolutions. Could staff help us understand what the intent is there?
That's a Tony cleanup item.
I believe that's the item that I'm going to hope to get done via unanimous written consent. The board charged me with taking out all references to BOC and BGC. We have 2 resolutions by my count that need to have those stricken. I plan to send them around to the board next week, and that will just be most likely a placeholder that comes off and closing up that item.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I think the agenda has been accepted. Anything else?
To vote on it.
Well, we have-
Brittany?
I asked unanimous consent. I mean, I had 2 objections. I guess
I
we have,
didn't see objections, I apologize.
well, it's an objection when you add an amendment,
Yeah,
so we need to
so we
vote on
technically
it
have to
as
vote.
amended.
So move to approve the August, no one made the
The
motion.
motion's been made, right? Yes.
You asked for
I
unanimous
asked for
consent.
unanimous consent.
So now
It
someone
wasn't
has to do a
given,
motion.
So I was going to do that.
Oh, but you can do the motion. Go for it.
It's all right. Move to adopt the draft agenda for August 28th as it appeared in our materials with the following edits. Item E, volunteer interviews, and item F, Friends of Reston update.
Second.
Is there a second? There's a second. Questions, comments? Dr.
Yes,
Flanagan.
I'd like to move to further amend by putting in a spaceholder for the Lakes Equity Working Group report,
Without objection.
which you all guys asked for.
Indeed.
And we will get it before the meeting.
All right.
Can I just,
Is there an objection?
the intent of the August meeting as a joint meeting with fiscal is to spend a lot of time on the budget. In fact, the board had previously directed not to schedule anything on that meeting except the budget.
That's just not going to happen.
Okay.
Up to you.
No, you got no dissent here, Erwin. We're accepting it by unanimous consent.
Unfortunate.
Indeed.
Such is life.
Okay. All right. The
You have to take a
motion's
vote on that.
made, seconded, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Director Lanza?
Aye.
Unanimous. All right, I adjourn this meeting.
Thank you.